Good afternoon, everybody. This afternoon's proceedings are being transmitted on the live link, but only after a 15-minute delay. Those with mobile telephones may use them to report what they hear in the hearing room, but only after 15 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're reporting. They may not be used for recording or photography. Mr. Barr.
Thank you, sir. Could we have up, please, 722486? This is going back to the file we were looking at before lunch, Mr. Black, and that flow of tactical intelligence around the Lawrence inquiry and broader work on race crime. Could we go to page 117, please? This is a special branch note, as we understand it, produced by HN146 of the SDS. I'm going to give you a moment to read it.
Thank you.
And if we could go back one...
I'm just on paragraph 1, is that okay?
Yes, if you could just read it all and then let me know when you've read it.
Thank you. Right, sorry, thank you.
If we go back a page to 116, and the covering minute, we see at the top of the page DCI HN58 writing to you, I understand you requested from DI 53 a summary of the state of play of left-wing involvement in the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. The attached note has been compiled from a secret and reliable source which must be protected. A similar intelligence report has been sent to C-Squad. Can you help us with why you requested this summary from DI 53?
No.
Can you help us with why you now think that you would have done?
Either because we needed a summary, because there was so much, well, as you can see from the note, the fracturing between the groups is just, they break into splinters, they reform, who's doing what. We needed it for just our own purposes, or it was requested from somebody somewhere in my chain of command.
From above?
Yes.
If we look at minute 2, and in fact, if we have both all of the handwritten minutes, please. Thank you.
Pardon me.
It appears from these minutes that you sent the document to the Commander of Special Branch, Mr. Moss. You also sent it to AXO, Mr. Vaness at the time, who appears to have seen it and thanked you for it. And there is an endorsement from the DAC, 12th of January 99, which also acknowledges seeing it. And if I've read that correctly, says, "Seen, thanks for the courtesy of your visit." Can you help us with why this document was shared so widely with your chain of command?
Well, as I said, it's probably a document which I thought would be valuable to the chain of command upwards, or the chain of command upwards actually asked for it in the first place. That's what I can surmise now. I don't remember.
A reflection of the interest in the activities of those around the Stephen Lawrence inquiry.
I guess.
And can you help us with your visit to see the DAC, with why you visited the DAC and what passed between you?
I'm not sure which DAC it was, and I can't answer that question until I do, and it's blacked out.
Well, we can check that and come back to you on that. We'll check whether or not it was still Mr. Howley. Could we have up 722486, please? It's the same document, sorry, page 182. This is all part of the file that you opened, these documents. We get to 14th of September 1998. This note is marked secret and is for the attention of the named addressees only. Any further dissemination should be discussed with the Detective Superintendent C Squad in SO12. CO24 referred. Can I take it from that endorsement that you have made that the people who will have seen this document are the named addressees, Detective Superintendent C Squad and CO24?
Without seeing the other, have you got the other minutes? So I would have suggested that it had probably come from Detective Superintendent C Squad to me. If not, it doesn't matter. Yes, it would have gone to CO24 through the channel that we had established.
I see. So with the caveat that, in fact, it might have come to you from C Squad, it is seen by the named addressees and CO24.
Yeah.
If we go over the page and look at the document itself, it says, branch note, Stephen Lawrence campaign, associated organisations. And if we could have the words in italics under the title, expand it please. This note is produced for the information of the Commissioner of Police, DAC Grieve and Superintendent Thornton. It contains secret and delicate source material. There should be no downwards dissemination of this document without reference to the Detective Superintendent SO12 C Squad. Can you help us with how this document came to be produced?
No, I can't. However, it's clearly got the sort of ownership of it clearly lies with the Detective Superintendent C Squad, because he's the person to whom people should refer should they want information about it, as it says in the minute or the top of the note. And therefore I assume that it contains information and intelligence of from a variety of sources, as well as the SDS. The fact that it's going to Commissioner of Police DAC Grieve and Superintendent Thornton, whom I don't think I know or knew, suggests that it's been asked for from the top down rather than somebody in the Special Branch Department saying, oh, here's a good idea, let's produce a report.
Thank you. Could you help us with why that is?
I have no idea.
Well, you say, so you've told us that you suggest that it's come from the top down.
Yep.
Can you help, and you're saying that obviously from the benefit of your experience as a chief superintendent in the special branch. Could you help us as to what it is that has made you conclude it was asked for from the top down?
Because it's almost never would we produce a report for the Commissioner of Police.
Can you help us with how you come to be the person who is directing its further dissemination?
What am I? At this time, am I the OCU Commander Operations or the stand-in commander for Roger Pierce?
In September 1998, you are still a holding the rank of superintendent.
I mean, it's a chief superintendent. I know it says superintendent,
Yes.
but we had all this
As you
kerfuffle with the superintendent.
As you explained this morning.
In that case, I'm OCU Commander, and I'd be the person that made the decision. I don't know where Roger Pierce was at that stage, whether he was there or somewhere else. Come to me, therefore I make the decision.
So the decision to promulgate it to the Commander of Special Branch, to Mr. Vaness, your decision?
Unless somebody has asked for it specifically to go there, and I can't tell from the number of minutes there are there, it would be my decision to put it to her. I wouldn't have, pardon me, I wouldn't have said the Commissioner of Police should see this. That's not my decision. I'd have passed it further up to whoever it was up there, and they can decide whether the Commissioner of Police
well, it was obviously produced for the Commissioner.
Right.
I was asking about the minute that we looked at a moment ago, which shows that you disseminated it such that it was seen by Commander Special Branch, AXO, and the DAC.
Right.
And that was, my question is, that dissemination was your decision, was it?
Yes.
If we go to page 183, please. And if we look at the introduction section,
Right.
so this is quite a wide-ranging introduction, isn't it, in that it touches on disorder, but also politics, and it touches upon some of the groups of interest to Special Branch, but it also ranges more widely to refer to others, including perfectly ordinary members of the public enraged by events.
Yes.
Is that because the Stephen Lawrence inquiry and its consequences for police were considerable and of interest to the Metropolitan Police Service in their own right?
Sorry, say the question again, please.
The wide-ranging ambit of this document as set out in the introduction, is that because the Stephen Lawrence inquiry and its consequences for police were considerable and of interest to the Metropolitan Police Service in their own right?
Well, I mean, you've, I think, told me that the Stephen Lawrence inquiry was important to the police, and certainly the second bit, I can't remember what you said, the public order around it is clearly of interest to the police.
Let me put this very simply. Is the scope of this document so wide because the Stephen Lawrence inquiry was a big deal to the Met?
Well, it was a big deal to the Met, and this may or may not be wide because that was what was asked for. It may just be wide because that's what the our reporting was.
If we go down to the next section, please, we see first up is a section on the Lawrence Family Campaign Group. I'll give you a moment to look at that.
Yep.
And it starts off by referring to one of the Lawrence's closest advisors, the spokesman of the campaign, Mr. Grover, and setting out some background about him, doesn't it?
Yep.
And if we go over to the top of page 184, there's more on Mr. Grover.
Yep.
And if we go now to the next paragraph, we'll see there's information about the Justice for Ricky Real campaign and Mr. Grover's support for that. And then there's some coverage of Mr. Khan, the Lawrence's solicitor.
Mm-hmm.
Self-evident, isn't it, that the fact that Mr. Khan is a solicitor does not inhibit reporting on him.
I assume it was public knowledge.
It is indeed, but that's not the question. It doesn't inhibit Special Branch writing about his actions.
No, it doesn't.
So what we're seeing here at the top of this report is reporting on the Lawrence's closest advisors, their spokesman and their solicitor. And is there prominence at the start of this report because Special Branch was interested in who was close to the Lawrences?
I don't know. I imagine, looking at it from today, that they were interesting not as individuals, but as part of movements that may or may not detach or take a different course of action from, as you have pointed out, the intended peaceful campaign that the Lawrences were running.
Are you aware of any suggestion at all that at any time either Mr. Grover or Mr. Khan sought to promote disorder?
I wouldn't have been aware of it at the time, and I'm not aware of it now.
Could we look at paragraph 3, please? This is a section on the Lawrences themselves. I'll give you a moment to read that.
Yeah.
So echoes of what we saw this morning
Yeah.
has come from at least in part the SDS. Why is information on the Lawrences' marriage private information about the state of the Lawrences' marriage and their individual positions in relation to their campaign being pushed up the chain to the Commissioner?
I don't know. I don't imagine for a second that the Commissioner specifically asked for information on the Lawrences' private split. He would have asked for, a threat assessment, do I remember correctly? what's this note? Is it a notice?
It's
What does it say?
entitled Stephen Lawrence Campaign Associated Organisation.
Right. It's the same. Is this not the same discussion that we had earlier about whether the special branch can?
If it is, then just say so. Is that why this intelligence was being pushed up the chain of command to the Commissioner?
If the Commissioner wanted an entire summary of what was going on, then that information is in the part of the summary.
And again,
We wouldn't be holding back information that we had if the Commissioner of Police asked for a summary.
you presumably read this report before it was pushed up the chain of command?
Yes, I probably did, yes.
And at the risk of repeating questions from this morning, it obviously didn't ring any alarm bells with you.
Not at all.
You thought it was a good thing.
I think it's, well, if we're back to discussing whether I think it's a good thing to discuss private family information in relation to public disorder or any other type of, excuse me, Chair, outcome, then I think it's perfectly legitimate to do it, yes.
And you knew by this stage that it had come from, the information about the split had come from the SDS, because we saw the report.
the information has come from this, yes.
Yeah. Did you give any thought as to whether or not it was appropriate for an undercover police officer to be reporting on the interpersonal relationship between the Lawrences?
As I said this morning, I think it's perfectly entitled to do that for the reasons that I expressed this morning.
And if we could go now to section 2. There's a section on the MFJ. I think for my purposes we can go over the page, and right at the end of that section we see the intelligence that we saw earlier about the MFJ's role in the inquiry itself. And once you've read that, let me know.
Is that just a cut and paste then from the previous report that we saw, or is it?
Well, whether it's a cut or paste or something very close to it,
I just seem to have read it before.
yeah, it reflects the intelligence.
Thank you. Right. Okay.
So again, you appear to have had no qualms about this being disseminated outside of Special Branch up the chain of command.
No, a huge amount of STS and other material is disseminated by Special Branch. That's its function, or one of its functions.
Even though it's about the perfectly lawful participation of MFJ in a public inquiry.
It's going to the Commissioner of Police. We would do that for the Commissioner of Police.
Can we have page 187, please? Go to section 7, thank you. Justice for Ricky Reel campaign, this is entitled. When you're ready to go over the page, just say.
Okay.
The activity described here is all lawful, isn't it?
Yeah.
No public disorder adverted to.
No.
It's not subversive.
No.
But it is a campaign
Yep.
critical of the MPS on racial grounds.
Yeah.
You had no qualms about this being passed up the chain of command.
I repeat, Special Branch is a preventative organisation. it can't just react to things that happen. If there was a chance that, I don't know, Mrs. Reel's hunger strike had led to disorder and violence, then Special Branch is duty-bound to present it to the Commissioner of Police or one of his departments in order that they can take appropriate action.
So can I take it that there are no boundaries whatsoever as to what might be reported?
To whom? To the Commissioner of Police. Commissioner of Police. Well, that depends upon the source of the information. If the source of the information came from one of the intelligence agencies, then we would have to ask their permission in order to disseminate it. If it's an internal police source, then I can report it, yes.
And no boundaries on what those sources can report?
Well, that depends. I think probably no boundaries, yeah. It may have to be put in different words rather than the raw intelligence that's reported. I mean, he isn't going to get SDS reporting, for example.
As in fact is happening here?
No, he's getting a version from the desk sergeant, as you said, wherever he is, which is not raw. We're having a discussion about the meaning of the word raw. I mean, the raw intelligence, in my view, is the accepted version of it, is that's the intelligence that is transmitted from the undercover officer to the management of the SDS. That's the raw intelligence. The SDS report, which you're referring to, I think is a rendering of that intelligence. But if you want to use that wording as a SDS intelligence report, then yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay. If we could take that down now. I want you to put yourself in the shoes of the Lawrences for a moment. The sort of material I've been showing you today is reporting on them because they are complaining of racism in the police. You're nodding your head. We have to have.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes. I beg your pardon.
And they were making entirely justified complaints about the police, weren't they?
Yes.
And they are being reported on by an undercover police officer for their actions.
Not necessarily for their actions, but yes.
But the reporting does cover their actions.
Yes, it does.
And their thoughts.
Yes, it does.
Notwithstanding their firm stance against disorder?
Notwithstanding that.
That sort of reporting in official documents is less favourable treatment, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, it's not favourable. It's not a favourable thing to be featuring in police intelligence reports, is it? Having your privacy intruded upon by the state.
I see what your point is. I mean, that's half a picture, of course, and the reason that the police intruded was, as we have discussed. So, without the qualification, yes, you can understand why it would be seen negatively by the
and
Lawrence.
It is on racial grounds in the sense that the basis of their complaint was that the police were racist.
Sorry, say that again.
The reason they're being reported on is on racial grounds. There's a racial element to it because they are complaining about race discrimination.
No.
Can you?
It's not about the Lawrences. They're reporting the Lawrences are they are the vehicle through which the information is coming, but it's not reporting on the Lawrences. It's reporting around the Lawrences, which is the word that you used about for, which should have been around. That's what the information's for. It's not about the Lawrences, although the information on the Lawrences contributes, of course, to what's going on around them.
Well, I'm struggling with the description of reporting on their separation as not being about them. It was about them, wasn't it?
In strict and narrow terms, it is about them, but it's not reporting that's reported for the sake of reporting about the Lawrences.
They're reporting on the Lawrences because the Lawrence inquiry is a very big deal for the Metropolitan Police Service.
But that's your interpretation. My interpretation would be that it's reporting in order to keep monitoring the groups that are likely to subvert and to take different action once, especially now they've split up and moved into different groups and fractured and all the rest of it, around the Lawrence inquiry. Our reporting is about them using the Lawrence inquiry. Details about the Lawrences affect the way in which these groups will maneuver and manufacture things to do in the future.
Another way of looking at it is the attitude of the Lawrences is very important, isn't it? Because if they support demonstrations, people will turn out. If they don't, they won't turn out in such big numbers.
But we know they're not going to do that.
And the whole context of this is in the environment of complaints of racism against the police, which are incendiary, aren't they?
Only if you interpret what's going on as exclusively being centred on reporting on the Lawrence inquiry. That may be for the rest of the Metropolitan Police, I don't know. You'll have to ask the Commissioner of Police, as I'm sure you will. Our focus is not really about that. Our focus is elsewhere.
The bottom line is, though, that there is reporting about the Lawrences in special branch files going up to the Commissioner, essentially as a result of them making complaints of racism against the police.
No, it's not. If it'd been a complaint, their complaint had been that a police car had run into them, it would be the same issue. We'd be looking at what they're doing if the campaign was doing that.
The additional ingredient here is the fact that the circumstances of their allegations of racism are particularly incendiary because they involve a failure of police to solve a racist murder.
Yeah, that's correct. It's particularly.
And so looked at through the perspective of the Lawrences, they are being the subject of reporting as a result, at least in part, of having complained about police racism in this particularly incendiary case.
You'd have to ask the Lawrences what their perspective was, but I could see that they could have that perspective, yes.
And that is a form of racism, isn't it?
If so designed and defined, yes. Why? I'm sorry, can you explain why?
Because at least part of the motivation for the reporting is on racial grounds.
The reporting is necessarily going to involve. You can't. No. Right. Yes. Okay.
Looked at through the perspective of the other Black and Asian justice campaigns. So take, for example, Mrs. Real. The same applies. They are appearing in police reports because they are making allegations of racism against the police. That is drawing interest to them, and that is an expression of institutional racism.
I think you're stretching a point, but you're right, yes, of course.
Can we move now to UCPI number 36856? This is a document from the PS to the Home Secretary. It's dated the 28th of June 1999. We're moving on to an entirely different topic, and it follows the event known as J18, or the Carnival Against Capitalism, which occurred on the 18th of June of 1999. On that occasion, considerable disorder ensued in the City of London, including around the Life building. Do you recall the disorder arising from that demonstration?
No, I don't know.
The event was organised by Reclaim the Streets, which at that stage was being infiltrated by Jim Boiling, and HN3 was just beginning his deployment into Reclaim the Streets. We've heard evidence that Mr. Boiling infiltrated Reclaim the Streets so thoroughly that by this stage he was part of their core organising group. Were you aware of that at the time?
No, I don't think so.
And he provided the most detailed intelligence on plans for the 18th of June. And he was able to do so not least because he was thoroughly involved in them. And his role on the day was driving a vehicle into the City of London and colliding it deliberately with another vehicle to help block off a street. Were you aware of that at the time?
I don't remember.
This is an occasion on which the SDS did provide intelligence of very clear policing value, including identifying the main target of the protest, the Life building. However, it appears that policing on the day did not exploit that intelligence. And what we're looking at now is a document from the Home Secretary's PS saying, in addition, the Home Secretary has asked for urgent advice on a clear strategy which may need to involve the Security Service and MPSB to secure better penetration and intelligence cover of Reclaim the Streets, which is a highly professional organisation with what appears to be very good counter-surveillance methods. It's ironic that that request is being made, isn't it, when the SDS already has an officer who is a part of the core organising group and who had served up all the intelligence police could wish for to police J18. Do you recall there being questions asked about why on earth the SDS's intelligence hadn't been put to good use?
No.
Did you get a whiff that there was an allegation that there'd been a breakdown of communication, or at least a breakdown of trust, between the Metropolitan Police Service and the City of London Police?
No.
Did you
Well, not that I remember.
Can you recall any involvement in the response to the request that MPSB secure better penetration of Reclaim the Streets?
I can't remember that, no.
Are you able to help us with whether or not somebody went back to the Home Office and said, don't worry, Home Secretary, we've got a source well inside RTS, and there was just a failure to exploit the intelligence on this occasion?
I'm sorry, I don't know whether that happened or not.
Wouldn't this have been quite a prominent event?
I don't remember the incident. Was it a prominent event? I don't remember the incident.
I see. It was quite extensive disorder in the City of London.
Right. Then it was, yeah.
Could we take that document down now? Could we have 526760, please? I'm moving now to the question of the authorisation of undercover deployments by the SDS. And if we look at page 2 of this document, this is a document from the 9th of October 1998, and it is a code of practice for the SDS, and it includes content about authorization of deployments. So if we could look first of all at paragraph 1.3 on that page. You'll see that those are the prescribed grounds on which an undercover operation might be authorised. If we go over the page and look at 2.2, please.
Right.
So you'll see there are some additional conditions over and above the deployment fitting into one of the prescribed grounds. If we go to 2.5, please, on the same page. There is provision here for what to do in the event that legally, professionally privileged material or confidential personal information or confidential journalistic material is going to be the likely consequence of the deployment. And the result there is that authorization is required by Commander Special Branch on the recommendation of the Ops Commander. You see that? Once we've had that, could we go to page 5, paragraph 4.1? So page 5, paragraph 4.1, please. So we need. Thank you. Authorization for deployment will be for 4 years. This will be reviewed on an annual basis by the authorizing officer. So this is a new provision as far as we understand it at the time. Bearing that all in mind, could we have 526906, please? Page 2, if we could expand the text, we see here that this is an annual authorization of operations for HN1 in his deployment against Movement for Justice, and it is signed by you on the 14th of May of 1999. Since the office has been deployed since 1996. This is clearly an annual reauthorization, isn't it?
Yes. Excuse me. What date is this? 99, yes.
Yes, 14th of May, 99.
Yeah.
So if I could ask you, please, to look at the developments and summary sections. That refers back, doesn't it, to HN81's reporting relating to the Lawrence inquiry.
Yes.
And you were familiar with that, weren't you?
Yes.
What this does not do is refer to the size of MFJ or the potency of MFJ or the scale or severity of any disorder that they might have been involved in, does it?
No, doesn't.
Before signing this off, did you question it at all?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you consider that what you already knew about HN81's work in relation to matters around the Lawrence inquiry was sufficient to have justified his deployment and continuing work?
I don't know. That's how far in advance of the Lawrence inquiry.
By this stage,
this?
the inquiry has reported and the Metropolitan Police Service is dealing with the aftermath.
Okay.
Did you consider that MFJ's actions in confronting the police at every opportunity justified infiltration of the group?
Not according to that. I mean, that minute doesn't, or that, is it a document or a minute? That doesn't say that, no.
That does touch upon what I'm driving at. This document doesn't say very much, does it?
No.
And what I would really like to know is how inquisitive were you before reauthorizing this deployment?
I don't remember reauthorizing it, so I can't answer your question. It's unlikely that I would have made the authorization without further discussion.
And you knew that HN81 had been reporting personal information, confidential personal information, predominantly the split of Doreen and Neville Lawrence.
I'm sure he had reported confidential personal information about nearly everybody in his group.
And on the basis of the procedural document we just looked at, that meant that this deployment should have been authorised by Commander Special Branch, shouldn't it?
I'm sorry, can we go back to, it said, sorry, no,
yes, we can go back.
No, just tell me.
Yeah, if we go back to 526760.
Can't remember the wording, that's all.
And paragraph 2.5 on page 3.
Oh, I see what you're driving at. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Can you help us with whether or not that point struck you when you were signing this off?
Well, was I the commander of the branch at that time?
Well, you're the ops commander, and you're signing it off. You're not Commander Special Branch at the time.
Well, was the commander
Mr. Moss was Commander Special Branch
at that time?
Had he been? If not, he may have been succeeded by Mr. Pierce.
Well, I think
what is your recollection?
I don't remember working for a very long time for Mr. Moss. I think he was.
You may be right, I may be wrong, but whoever it was, whether it was still Mr. Moss or whether it had by that stage become Mr. Pierce.
Yes.
It was Commander Special Branch who should have authorised this deployment, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now,
I understand. If Roger Pierce had been there, he should have signed it. There's no question about that. If he wasn't there, then I would have signed it.
Presumably, is this the reason it's not? Is that oversight or is it deliberate?
Why would it? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
If
I'm signing it in lieu of Roger Pierce, then.
Well, it doesn't say that. It says you're signing it.
Yep. I can't understand why it would be deliberate.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask you. I'm told that it is. We think it was in fact still Mr. Moss at this time.
Okay.
Which is pertinent to my next question. Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Moss would have taken any different view to you on the authorisation of this deployment?
I doubt it, no. No, I don't have any reason.
It may be said that you should not have authorised this deployment, not just because you were the wrong person to do so, but because it was completely unjustified for HN81 to be infiltrating a very small Trotskyist group and reporting on the Lawrence family. Would you accept that you should not have authorised this deployment?
No.
Is there anything in addition to what you've already said to the inquiry to justify that position?
No.
If we take that down now, please, and can we go to 748789? This document, or the authorization for HN81 is part of a series of authorizations, as far as we can tell, for all of the SDS's undercover operations at the time. So this is a document headed Annual Authorization of Operations. If we go to page 8, you'll see that DCI HN58 is submitting the authorization forms to you and asserting that it's under the current codes of practice and asking for you to return the papers. We're going to go in a moment to the individual authorizations, but can I ask you first of all, was this a purely paper-based process, or would you have discussed the authorizations with SDS managers?
I don't know, but I would imagine in many cases I would have discussed it, probably not with the SDS managers, but with the superintendent in charge of the SDS. I wouldn't have talked to the group themselves at all.
And how much did you know about the detail of these deployments?
Not a huge, well, I don't know. I mean, not a huge amount. But
Sergeant Beals gave evidence that there was to the effect that you visited annually and dip sample documents. Did you do that?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Whereas DCI Dell suggested that you visited more frequently than that, perhaps as often as monthly.
I don't think so. Well, not that I can remember.
You said that you didn't know a great deal of the detail of these deployments. Apart from the particularly good or the particularly bad, which crossed your desk, how were you able to assess the efficacy of the SDS?
They produced a report at lower management level, which I believe then went through their superintendent, who brought it to, I think, the management meetings. And outside that, other reports as necessary.
We've seen annual reports, although the last complete annual report we've got was for the year 1996-1997, in other words, before your time. Can you recall whether you saw annual reports?
I can't. I noticed that there were annual reports, and I think so, the previous report from this inquiry. Would that have been where I saw it? But I don't recall whether I saw annual reports or not.
So are the reports you're talking about a different sort of report?
No, sorry, I was projecting there. I may not have seen them, annual reports. The superintendent certainly came to management meetings with summaries of the work of SDS, in the same way that superintendents from every squad came with summaries of work undertaken and work done by particular sections of that squad.
How were you able to judge the need for the SDS's product?
I didn't.
How were you able to assess whether or not there were alternative sources of the intelligence?
Discussions of that nature were between the superintendent, S squad, the superintendent, C squad in particular, but sometimes the other squads, depending on the nature of the resourcing, of the targeting, as you call it. The SDS superintendent, well, the S squad superintendent, because he had lots of other things apart from the SDS. The S squad superintendent would also have, through me, I guess, talked to the intelligence services, whoever else it was that was requiring information, and assessed whether the information was necessary or not necessary.
Well, that might go to its value, but what I was asking about was whether or not there were alternative sources of that information.
I think that at various times throughout the time of the SDS when I was there, at some points it was felt that we no longer need this stream of intelligence because the need for it has disappeared. So no longer, you don't need to go on with this group anymore, go and find another one, if you know what I mean.
Was there consideration, for example, of whether you could get the information from open sources?
Yes.
What means did you have for evaluating the degree of intrusion that was being required to get SDS intelligence over and above knowing that they were long-term deployments into activist groups?
I didn't have that role.
So you had no way of telling how intrusive individual deployments were unless you saw particular reports?
No, unless I was so advised by the management team from sergeant to superintendent that was on S squad. Or other squads who'd asked for information and had noticed particular levels of intrusion.
And does that lack of detailed knowledge mean that you were actually poorly placed to assess the proportionality of the deployment, namely to balance the value of the intelligence against the degree of intrusion required?
Well, did I make that decision?
Well, that's inherent, isn't it, in authorising a deployment, whether it's...
Oh, I see. You're talking about the authorisation of the deployment.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, if I had left to my own devices, I wouldn't have had enough information to do that. So I'd rely on either the note that was produced, which you've said in the cases that you're going to show me, I'm sure, it was inadequate. I wouldn't have been able to do that without discussion with the people involved.
So let's look at them now. Can we have the next page, please? Page 1. This is HN146, who we touched upon earlier, who helped release the mink. She, by this stage, had been deployed for 4.5 years. It says that her targets were the ALF, London Animal Action, and West London SABs. I'll leave you to read the developments and summary paragraphs.
Right.
It's high on assertion, isn't it?
Sorry.
Well, for example, there is little doubt that as a result of her reporting, public disorder in London has been kept to minimum in respect of animal rights activity. That's quite a big claim, isn't it?
It depends upon what the claim is based, I guess.
Which takes me to my next question. It's low on detail, isn't it?
Yes. Have you not come across reports where the detail is more in? I mean,
we have a great deal of reporting, but my question is, this is sent to you for you to approve and to authorise HN146's continued deployment. On the face of this document, you are told very little.
yes. Is that document not attached to the file?
Well, can you help us? Were you shown anything else other than these very perfunctory applications?
Well, I don't know, but if you found that document, you must be able to tell me if it's attached to a file.
Well, the documents we've got are HN146's intelligence reporting.
I see. Right.
So my question to you is in respect, before authorising the continuation of HN146's deployment, did you have any more information than is set out here?
I can't answer that question. I don't know what discussions took place.
And would you agree with me that the information here on its face is insufficient for you to make an informed decision?
Yes, it is.
If we look at the next page, please, we see the application for DC Jenner. Let you read that.
What's the effort? Oh, anti-fascist. What's the date of this report, please?
This is May 1999.
Thank you. Right.
Would you agree that even on its face, the justification here is quite thin, because the extreme right wing is described as relatively quiet and because the peace process was in place by this stage?
Yes.
And if we have the next page, page 3, please. This is the application for DC boiling. Slightly different issue here. I'll give you a moment to read it. The issue here is not so much whether he's providing intelligence of value. He's right inside RTS's inner circle. The real question here, isn't it, is whether he's acting as an agent provocateur and whether he is staying on the right side of the line between agent provocateur and someone reporting on other people's criminal activity.
That's right.
And there is insufficient information on the face of this document to answer that question.
Yes. Do you have information on who else was involved in the decision-making process?
We've got what I've shown you. HN58 sends this document to you,
I see. Right.
and as we'll come to in a moment, you sign them all off.
Right.
But I could go on, but perhaps I should stop at this stage. There are more examples I could show you if needed. But what it comes to is this. On the face of the paperwork appears not to give you sufficient information to make a fully informed decision. Can you recall whether you sign them off? You sign them off the next day. They're sent to you on the 13th. You sign them off on the 14th. Can you help us with whether you glean any other information, ask any questions, or take any other steps to satisfy yourself that these should be approved before you do so?
There are other people in the reporting line who are better placed than I am to decide whether the issues that you have raised are present. These reports are unlikely, although in some cases they might have been sent through a reporting paper system. They'd more usually be given to me by hand by the SDS management, because that's how they operated. It's possible that I would have signed them off if I had known the issues of the deployment and had kept track in some way of the deployment. If not, I would have asked some questions of the person presenting the report. But on paper, that is the only document that will exist as far as I was concerned.
And because you're signing them off, on this occasion, you are the person responsible for authorising the continued activities of the SDS.
Yes.
And I think you've been shown some of the signatures that you made, and unless you tell me otherwise, it appears to us you signed all of these off on the 14th of May 1999.
Right.
If it was suggested that you...
I'm sorry, I signed them all off on the 14th
Yes.
of May, right. So they must have, sorry, I beg your pardon, they must have been presented to me by somebody. They can't have come through a paper secretary to secretary and PA to this, because that would have been like the postal service. It wouldn't have arrived for a week.
Would you accept that you signed them off without properly considering whether or not the continuation of these deployments was justified? I
can certainly see that in some respects I may or may not have asked for more information. In some respects I didn't. It's difficult for me at this distance to say which ones are which. But yeah, I'm sure I can see your point of view, yes.
Standing back, did you consider whether there were inherent risks in long-term undercover deployments into activist groups in terms of, first of all, the level of collateral intrusion?
Yes, collateral intrusion has always been an issue of not only undercover officers, but informants and other forms of intelligence gathering, yes.
But when you're putting an officer into a group for 4 years, that is going to lead to a lot of collateral intrusion, isn't it?
I've got informants that have been in groups for 20 years, and that also leads to collateral intrusion. But yes, sorry, I'm being finicky, you're right.
The well-being of UCOs?
Yeah, very important.
And issues about the accuracy of uncorroborated intelligence?
Yeah, that's difficult because the officers themselves, you tend to believe because they're police officers. I know people will laugh, but you tend to trust them and believe them because they've been selected and they're being supervised. So it's difficult then to corroborate. Other than some of the information is corroborated through other sources, yes. Some isn't.
Again, some of these officers are reporting very confidential information, aren't they? That is likely to be a feature of SDS intelligence.
Yes.
So we're back to the point that these perhaps ought to have been signed off by Commander Special Branch and not by you.
Were he there?
In respect of any of these, do you have any reason to think that Commander Moss, if these papers had been put in front of him, would have taken a different decision to you?
I don't think so, no. But you'd have to ask Commander Moss.
DC Jenner was cohabiting with a woman we're calling Alison in a long-term deceitful relationship. If you'd known that, would that have made a difference?
Yes.
DC Boiling was having sexual relationships in his undercover identity. By this stage, he'd deceived the woman we are calling Monica, and he was deceiving the woman we are calling Ruth. If you had known that, would that have made a difference?
Yes.
D.S. Thompson was sexually deceiving the woman we are calling Sarah at this stage. Would that have made a difference if you'd known?
Yes.
And the evidence at least suggests that HN146 and a man called Frampton were in a sexual relationship at this stage. Assuming, for the purposes of my question, that that is true, would that have made a difference if you'd known it?
Yes.
In each case, what difference would it have made?
Well, it would have. There are two reasons. One is cynical, which is that that's the word. Anyway, it would relate to the fact that the officer was endangering the posting of an SDS officer into the group by so doing. Secondly, you couldn't justify a SDS officer using their position to have sex with somebody in their group.
Is that your view? That is plainly your view now. Was it actually your view at the time?
I'm not sure the discussion came up. I can't remember anybody discussing with me that this was an issue in any of those cases.
Are you saying it wasn't a matter to which you addressed your mind?
It's certainly not something that I raised.
We may come back to that topic in a little bit more detail in a moment. On the question of knowledge, Detective Constable Jenner's deceitful relationship with Alison, did anyone ever tell you about that?
I can't remember anyone ever telling me about it.
Did anyone ever tell you that a woman who we are calling Alison was trying to find Detective Constable Jenner after he exfiltrated?
I don't remember that, no.
There's a woman we are calling Rosa who was deceived by Detective Constable Boiling. She made extensive efforts to try and trace DC Boiling after he exfiltrated because they'd been in a sexual relationship. She visited Mr. Boiling's Duff address. Did anyone tell you that?
I can't remember. I mean, if you have papers that would prompt me, then I...
Well, we've got written evidence that she did so. There's no doubt about that. But we haven't got a document saying it was drawn to your attention, which is why I'm asking you if you can remember.
I certainly don't remember these sort of things being mentioned. No.
And she telephoned the office 4 times in one day, and in terms from which a sexual relationship might readily be inferred. Did anybody tell you about those calls?
At what office?
At the SDS office.
No, I don't think so. No.
And she emailed DC Boiling, emails which the office appear to have known something about in terms which clearly suggest a romantic relationship. Were you told about that?
No. What dates are we talking about? Is Barry Moss still there, or is Roger Pierce
This is much later. This is in towards the end of 2000.
Right. Thank you.
Did you know anything about DC Boiling's relationships with women undercover?
I don't recall ever knowing anything about that, no.
Carlo Siraki engaged in a number of sexual relationships undercover. During your time, he deceived a woman we're calling Lindsay and a woman we are calling Donna McLean. Did anyone ever tell you anything about either of those relationships?
I don't recall them ever mentioned. Nobody ever mentioned them, no.
So we're about to move on to another topic. May we take the break?
Certainly. Ten minutes? 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Black, Detective Sergeant James Thompson, do you recall him?
Yes.
The background to this is there was quite a dramatic operation in France which recovered a firearm, ammunition and powder, wasn't there?
Apparently.
Indeed. At the time of that operation, did you think anything was amiss?
No, I didn't.
There comes a point in time when it becomes apparent that things are amiss with DS Thompson's deployment. Can we have 748359, please? This is a file note about Mr. Thompson. It starts with DCI Dell communicating with you about arrangements to meet with DS Thompson on the 20th of November. And you will see minute 2. There is a handwritten minute which appears to be yours about that meeting. I will give you a moment to refresh your memory.
Right.
At this stage, we understand that what you had been told was that Thompson had been caught having travelled to Indonesia contrary to express instructions not to. Can you recall whether at that stage you had been told about any other concerns relating to DS Thompson?
I don't think so. I think this minute is related to the overseas trip, that's all.
The meeting with Thompson appears to have been a very short meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ask him who he went to Indonesia with?
No. Had he gone with somebody?
He had indeed. He'd gone to Indonesia with the woman he was deceiving, who we are calling Ellie.
No, I didn't.
That is something that you should have explored, isn't it?
Well, did I know that he'd gone with somebody else?
Well, wasn't the question of who did you go with an obvious question to ask him?
It was a question I could have asked, yes.
On reflection, you should have asked, shouldn't you? I quite understand you may not have got an honest answer, but...
I could have asked that, yes.
Did you ask if there were any other issues you should know about?
No.
Why not?
Because in the same way that this was brought to me by DCI Dell, he would have brought to me other issues if...
So from your point of view, you're faced with a specific issue and you deal with that?
This is a withdrawal strategy for the officer, I understand.
Acting contrary to express instructions was a disciplinary offence, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yep.
He wasn't disciplined for this. Why not?
Well, I judged that the disciplinary issue would not have been useful. Wouldn't have been useful for the officer. Wouldn't have been useful for the branch. Wouldn't have been necessary. That wasn't necessary.
Why not? Surely disobedience of orders is a serious matter which should be punished.
Well, you know, in the same way that if children misbehave, you don't smack them. There's not really any reason for me to smack Mr. Thompson. He's already showing very poor judgment. He's on his way out of the SDS. He needed to be brought down in some way, so he was taken off coming off the SDS, redeployed. There was no reason for me to do any more than had been done, because there were reasons why I didn't want to do that.
What were those reasons?
The reasons were about the damage to the officer and the damage to the SDS.
More to the SDS and to the officer?
Both, actually, I think.
And there is a difference between smacking, which is an inappropriate punishment, and a formal disciplinary charge, which is an appropriate punishment, isn't there?
Well, in 2002, smacking your children wasn't disciplinary, wasn't frowned upon. So, I mean, I didn't want to damage the officer's already clearly fragile health.
If we scroll out a bit, please. And if we go over the page, it says Commander SB to C. So that means it was to go to Mr. Pearce. Did you discuss Thompson's case with Commander Pearce?
I don't remember.
Is it likely that you did so?
Yes.
And can we take it that Commander Pearce was content with the way you were dealing with matters?
Otherwise, he'd have commented, so yes.
If we zoom out again to look at minute 3, this is a minute, the gist of which is that Superintendent McLaughlin is raising questions about the volume and quality of reporting coming out of the SDS with DCI Dell. Were you aware that there was a concern about the volume of DS Thompson's reporting?
Not at that stage, I don't think, no.
We've got in the papers some examples of quarterly statistical returns from the SDS, including statistics about the volume of reports from individual officers. Did you see that statistical information?
No.
Whose job was it to analyse statistical returns from the SDS?
It would have been their immediate management team. Possibly the superintendent in charge of S Squad. I didn't see them at all.
We've heard some evidence that the volume of DS Thompson's reporting dropped very significantly in the last approximately 2 years of his deployment. Would you have expected that to have been picked up and acted upon?
Yes, I would have done. There might have been mitigating reasons. I don't know what they could have been, but yes, I would have expected that. Yeah.
Can we go to 72286, please? And if we could go to page 7, please. Matters don't stop with the disobedience of orders in relation to the trip to Indonesia. We're moving forward now to March, and this document records that on the 5th of March, you had been briefed about development relating to DS Thompson's cover passport. I'll give you a moment just to look at the first 2 paragraphs.
Thank you.
Once you've considered that, can we go to page 9, please?
Can I have it back, please? Sorry. Yeah, thanks. Okay.
So if we go to page 9, please. You had decided back in November to abridge the remainder of DS Thompson's
Yep.
deployment to January. It had proved impossible to abridge it that much, and he is still deployed at this stage. But we see here that by early March an imposed withdrawal strategy is being detailed with a view to withdrawing him very shortly thereafter. Can we go to page 10? You are, well, there's a note at the bottom of that page which says Colin B to be asked to authorise a full financial check on MT, which is Magenta Triangle HN16, and Colin B to consider tech op on MT's phone and ping. Can I take it that you were being kept abreast of events and told by the SDS that further irregularities with his passports had been detected? They were going to expedite his exfiltration, and they wanted permission from you to investigate him further.
I think that I only see this. Yeah, I think that's what it says. Yeah. Okay. Can you show me the whole document rather than just the
Yes, please.
large bit? Sorry.
Zoom out.
I think that's fine as it is now. Yeah. Yeah.
And if we can go to page 13 now, please. This is a file note about his passports, which includes HN53's conclusions that there was clear evidence of criminal offences committed by DS Thompson by way of theft of a passport and obtaining another by deception. Would you have seen this document?
I'm not sure. There is one by HN53 which lays out in great detail.
Yeah, we're coming to that.
I think that's the one that I remember. I'm not sure about this one.
Okay. Could we have up 719696? This is a file note made by HN53 on the 11th of March 2002, and it essentially records that, made by HN53, and it records that he had voiced concerns about Thompson long since. Could I ask you to read the first paragraph, please?
Yes.
You will see that there HN53 is asserting that he had voiced concerns about the veracity of DS Thompson's claims, both with SDS managers and with you. Is that true?
I don't remember him ever doing so.
Do you have any reason to doubt HN53?
No. I can't comment on whether he's right when he says he saw me or not, but do you mean as an officer, or the words he wrote here?
About whether or not he voiced concerns with you about Thompson all along.
Well, I don't remember that.
Can we go to paragraph 2, please? He's right about that, isn't he?
Well, yes, I mean, he says so, that's right. And we've discussed corroboration on a previous issue. Single source reporting is most of the reporting that goes on.
Did you see this note?
Gosh. I don't think so. Was it, when I got is the whole thing one file or is it in different files? Because if I had seen the one file, then I might have done, but if they were all separate bits of paper, then they may not have come through me at all. They may actually have gone up to the commander.
What I'm driving at is this is dated the 11th of March 2002. You meet Thompson again on the 19th.
Right.
And what I want to understand is whether or not you had recently had put in front of you HN53's concerns about Operation Lyme, i.e. the trip to France, before you met DS Thompson for the second time.
I don't remember that, no. I don't remember whether that I did or whether I hadn't.
Could we have 72286 up, please? Page 4, please.
On me.
The next page, please. This is a loose note about a meeting with DS Thompson, which we understand took place on the 19th of March 2002 with DC Idell and DS Thompson. It records that this meeting took place over the course of about 40 to 45 minutes. Does that accord with your recollection?
Excuse me, is this my note? Or is
If we go to the end, we'll see who's written it. It's HN53's note. Nope. Can we go to page 5 of the file? Sorry, it is your report. 19th of March, written by you.
right?
So if you could go back one page.
Yeah.
Can you help us with what you had been told about Thompson before this meeting?
I can't. When it came eventually to deciding about Thompson, there were 3 issues, I think.
We'll be coming to another meeting in September where more issues were raised. At this stage, you will see paragraph 2 is about passports.
Right.
Let's look at that first of all.
Yep. Yeah.
Would you agree that prima facie what is being revealed is a criminal offence,
Yes.
as well as a disciplinary offence
Yes.
on multiple grounds, disobedience, integrity and disrepute,
Yes.
and that he plainly hadn't come clean with you in November?
Yes.
Paragraph 3, please. Driving licences. I'll give you a moment to read what is recorded there.
Yep.
Some disagreement about how many he'd had, but on any view, too many.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Gosh.
And he says about the purpose of the additional licence that when faced with a possible serious road traffic prosecution, he had sought a further licence. Did he explain what he meant by that?
I don't remember.
Was that to try and avoid the consequences of the prosecution by keeping a second clean license?
I don't remember why he did that. What he said, I'm afraid.
Whatever the details, the bottom line is, again, prima facie criminal conduct.
Yes.
And again, disciplinary offence on multiple grounds.
Yes.
Paragraph 4, please. An unauthorised further false identity. I'll give you a moment to refresh your memory.
Yep.
We know that the name that he'd adopted was Kevin Crossland, that of a child who had died very young in an aeroplane crash. Did you learn anything of the circumstances of Kevin's death when speaking to Thompson?
No.
Did you ask him how long he'd had the birth certificate?
No.
Did you ask him anything about the circumstances in which he'd come to create this additional fictitious identity?
No.
Did you ask him whether he'd used the Kevin Crossland identity?
No.
Can you recall whether he said anything about whether or not he'd been arrested in that identity?
No. Did he? Would he be?
It's something we're investigating. Prima facie, again, more criminal offending,
Yes. No, I agree.
more disciplinary offences.
Yes.
Paragraph 5. Financial matters. He's recorded as agreeing to produce all bank statements relevant to his time on his current unit. Can you help us with what the concerns were at the time?
The concerns, I think, were around him using police monies for personal use, I think.
Do you recall something about his cover earnings and his cover identity?
I don't recall that. So it might be, I don't recall that.
Could we go on the next page to paragraph 9, please? And that simply acknowledges what we've been through, namely there's a
Yes.
host of
Yep.
potentially criminal offending
Absolutely.
that has been uncovered. If we could go to same page, paragraph 12, please. Now, one might have expected, upon a police officer having been discovered apparently committing multiple criminal and disciplinary offences, for the matter to be referred to the Directorate of Professional Standards and or for consideration of prosecution. But this records that you wrote that you'd asked Dell for a risk assessment of the officer's behaviour should the matter be brought to the attention of DPS or the media. Can you help us with why you did that?
Sorry, DPS is...
Directorate of Professional
All right,
Standards
okay.
is our understanding.
Can we pause a moment, please? I think that there has to be a prohibition on disclosure of information just mentioned.
And if that does, then...
No, I do apologise. I'm sorry. I've mixed up a name. With apologies.
I shall proceed then, sir.
Yeah, certainly, and I do apologise for false alarm.
Can you help us with why this was the course of action you chose?
Because one of the options for me in dealing with Thompson was indeed the disciplinary actions which the director, what a DPS would have undertaken. And one of the other issues was the fallout from the Thompson affair, should it become known to the media. These are two areas where that I would be concerned.
Can we look at those one at a time? What was your concern about drawing Thompson's criminal conduct and unprofessional conduct to the Directorate of Professional Standards?
Are they not the people that would take disciplinary action?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that was one of my options, and I wanted to know from them what their view would be, I guess.
Well, that's not what you're asking here. You're asking Dell to risk assess.
Oh, I see. Oh, I beg your pardon.
If
okay.
the matter comes to the attention, I'll be pedantic,
Right. Oh, yes.
if it's brought to the attention of the DPS.
No, it required a risk assessment before it was so done.
What was the risk?
Well, there's loads of risks, but the risk mainly would be to the operation, to the officer, to the SDS, to the branch, to the police.
Of disciplining
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Was there not a way of disciplining an SDS officer for misconduct privately?
I didn't know. I don't know. Still don't know.
Did you ask?
Well, that's what the risk assessment's for.
Are you sure?
But that's all I can think.
The media, how would the media find out?
The media finds out in many ways. I mean, I don't know how they would find out. Should they find out? We needed a risk assessment.
Did you have a concern that the Directorate of Professional Standards might act unprofessionally and leak this to the media?
I didn't have that.
How is the media going to find out?
Well, Thompson might tell them.
And without a concern operating on your mind at the time?
I can't remember which particular concern it was, but consulting the fallout from media exposure is something you do on a regular basis.
Can we go to 719770, please? This is the risk assessment, dated the 22nd of March, 2002.
Sorry, may I ask a question?
You can try. I may not answer
I know
it.
I'm not supposed to. Is that note that I did, the previous one, it's to somebody, is it?
We'll go back to it.
Why would I have said I have asked for DCI? I mean, was that a note to myself?
If we go back to page 4, to the first page of the document, it's just headed loose note. You just seem to be recording the fact that you've asked Elle to do the risk assessment.
Okay.
If we go to the risk assessment, 722286. Page 4. I beg your pardon. 719770. (22nd of March 2002). If we go to page 2. If we go to the bottom, see disciplinary action options. 3 options presented themselves: formal discipline, arrest and charge, informal discipline. If we go over leaf now, please. And there you see basically the pros and the cons of informal discipline are there set out. It says informal discipline, avoiding public discussion of the entire workings of a secret operation was preferred for the following reasons: secure the safety of Thompson, maintain the integrity of the entire SDS operation, thus secure the safety of all SDS officers present and past, wider public interest, preserve the ability to provide high-grade intelligence. And then the disadvantages below. Now, the option you went on to prefer was the informal route, wasn't it?
Yes.
Looking at those asserted benefits, they wouldn't accrue if it was possible to discipline an officer without compromising the SDS.
Yes, these are Mike Dell's views of the benefits.
Yeah. And I'm asking you, they don't accrue if it's possible to discipline Thompson without compromising the SDS, save
No.
to spare Thompson himself.
Yeah, agreed.
Did you explore whether that could be done?
No.
Why not?
Because there were other issues which I felt ought to be taken into consideration before a decision was taken as to whether to go down this route or that route or the next route.
And what were those considerations?
Well, the first one clearly is as outlined in TCI Dell's report, which is safety of the officer. The officer is fragile. The officer, have you seen the officer?
We have.
Yeah? I mean, when he spoke to me, I, as you know, referred him to psychological help. I thought that for the first point was I felt that the health of the officer was important. So I didn't want to do anything particularly that would, I don't like to use the term tip him over the edge, but that would make that worse. Certainly the integrity of the SDS, I'm not sure about the entire SDS operation, but part of the SDS operation would be compromised.
Why would the SDS operation be compromised if Thompson was disciplined in private?
Oh, I see. In private you're talking about, not the decision that I eventually made.
Yes, that's what I'm exploring. What I'm putting to you is, he could have been disciplined in private, couldn't he?
He could have been, yes. He could have been. The fallout from that would definitely have been referral to criminal proceedings. They wouldn't have disciplined him and then not investigated the crimes.
And there are mechanisms in the criminal justice system to protect the public interest, aren't there?
Yes.
So you could have explored with the legal department how that might be done.
I could have explored that, yes.
No, you didn't, did you?
No.
Why not?
I'm still back to the fact that any action that's going to formally damage the officer is going to be a worse situation than the formal channel that we go down.
And were you concerned that there might be scrutiny of special branch if this got out to DPS?
Yes.
And were you concerned that there might have been leaks into the public domain?
I can't remember whether we discussed that or not, but it's a possibility.
And you've adverted a moment ago to the possibility that Thompson might do. Was that a concern at this stage?
Was a concern.
Going to the other side of the equation, our action could be characterised as involving neglect of duty. It is, isn't it?
Could have been characterised as such, yes.
Impropriety?
Could have been classified or characterised as all of those, I imagine.
Well, that helps to circumvent most of my questions, but I would like your assistance, please, as to why it would be a failure to comply with RIPA.
I'm sorry.
And this, as it happens, is written on the same day as we understand it, Detective Sergeant Thompson's last actual day of deployment.
Right.
Can you assist us with why it would have been a failure to comply with RIPA?
No.
Now, if we just go over you having shortcutted my questions very helpfully to 72286, page 6. This, as we understand it, is a note sent to you recording, it's essentially a telephone message from the wife of HN9, who was the detective by this stage serving on the SDS.
Oh, yeah.
It appears on its face to be taking issue with the treatment of Thompson. Can you recall this being drawn to your attention?
I couldn't, but I think I've seen this. Is this in the papers that you
I hope so.
sent to me?
Certainly hope so.
I think that's where I saw it. And I think I do, on reflection, remember that, actually, yeah.
And so essentially she's accusing you of a cover-up, isn't she?
Yeah.
And she's got a point, hasn't she?
No.
Why not?
Well, a cover-up means that something is being done, surely, to... It's difficult. I can't find the words to cover something up.
Well, what's been covered up is D.S. Thompson's criminal and unprofessional behaviour.
No, that's not true at all. There are ways of dealing with incidents of this sort, and you have to take into account quite a number of issues. One, as I've said before, is the health of the officer. Another one is as we discovered, the risk of fallout for the SDS, the police special branch, the police service. These are risks. You have to work out whether there's a likelihood of reoccurrence. In this case, answer no. You have to work out whether there's any public harm. Is there any public harm? No. You have to work out a number of those issues, and then you have to work out whether the formal discipline line or the other line is the best one to take. I think covering it up is the wrong way to do it. We took a line which we felt, well, I took a line which I felt was best for the officer and the police, and that's not a cover-up. That's a way of dealing with it.
You didn't have in your possession any medical evidence to the effect that D.S. Thompson was unfit to be tried or unfit to be disciplined?
No, but you could see, listening to him and looking at him, that he wasn't right.
And it can't be right that someone should not be disciplined because it would be an embarrassment to the police?
No.
So that does amount to a cover-up, doesn't it?
It amounts to a course of action that doesn't result in disciplinary offences or crime. But in my view, there are perfectly good reasons why this didn't go to formal disciplinary action or criminal proceedings.
No.
And I've outlined what these are.
One of the downsides that we saw enumerated in the last document was the impact on morale. That's because treating misconduct as serious as this as leniently as you did contributes to a culture of impunity, doesn't it?
You can argue that, and I see that argument.
And that does prejudice morale, doesn't it?
It could do.
Those who do follow the rules and want to be associated with a unit with high standards are affronted by that sort
And
of...
Mrs. HN articulates that.
Yes, this is an example of that
Yes.
risk eventuating,
Yes.
isn't it? And it's bad leadership, isn't it?
No.
Can we have 719717 up, please? This is 15th of April, and it is a file note made by DCI Dell, and it is essentially a member of the SDS coming to him and telling him that he thinks Detective Sergeant Thompson had a unauthorised firearm which he was keeping in France. Were you told about that?
Yes.
Were you told about it at about this time?
I don't know when.
And what did you do about it?
The SDS had, as I recall, the SDS had investigated that and couldn't work out one way or the other whether it was true or whether it wasn't true. I don't think there was ever a firearm found, and there was no other information about where or whether it might exist. I mean, in the end, I think it was put down to the fact that everything that Thompson said was a load of rubbish.
A firearm was in fact recovered, but I
was it? Oh, I beg your
don't
pardon.
think I need
Right.
to ask you any further questions. Can I have up, please, 719722? Now, this is a report produced by HN53 on the 5th of July 2002, entitled Overview and Summary of Enquiries. If we could, I mean, it's a long document, I'm not going to take you to all of it, but if we could go to page 9, please. By this stage, there had been investigation of D.S. Thompson's telephone billing, and you see the results summarised here. First of all, it appeared that he'd been using his cover phone for personal use and therefore contaminating his calls. And if we go over the page to page 10, we see some statistics there about the calls he was making. I'm particularly interested in the table at the bottom, which recorded that there had been 301 calls between D.S. Thompson and the woman we are calling Ellie, 48 calls between D.S. Thompson and the woman we're calling Sarah. And those are the two women that we now know he had sexually deceived, and 94 calls with a woman called Wendy, with whom he had formed a close friendship and remained in contact. Was this information drawn to your attention?
It wasn't drawn to my attention. But it must have been in the report that I saw. If I saw that report, which I guess I did I?
Well, we'll come to the next report in due course. Can we go to page 12, please, the top of page 12? There's a section... Sorry, could we have first page 11 at the top of 11? 4.2.3, relationships. So HN53 by this stage is suspicious that D.S. Thompson has been involved in improper relationships, isn't he?
You mean sexual?
Yeah. Has suspicions at this stage.
Well, you'd have to ask him. But
Can you recall whether those suspicions were relayed to you at this time?
no, not sexual relationships, no. I mean, his job was to establish relationships.
Can we go to the top of page 12, please? There's a summary of actions required there, which is to the effect of these relationships need to be further investigated. Did you think that these suspicions should be further investigated?
I don't think I did, no.
And was that because you were already minded to deal with this in an informal way?
I don't know what the timetable was, I'm afraid.
Is that likely to have been your state of mind at this time?
I don't know.
It's after we've seen. I'm taking you through these documents chronologically.
Oh, right,
So
okay.
it's
Thank
after
you. Oh,
you've
thank
seen-
you. Thank you, that's
It's after
helpful.
you've seen the risk assessment.
If there had been other information brought to my attention following my risk assessments and had I actually made a decision by that time? What?
No, you hadn't made a decision by this time.
Well, I mean, I would.
Not formally. And what I'm driving at is, did you know which way you were heading?
No, I waited till all the information that I could have was in before I made the decision.
Did you hear anything to the effect that Thompson was concerned, that managers were concerned that he had been involved sexually with somebody in his undercover identity?
Not that I remember, no.
Why weren't these matters investigated further?
Well, which matters?
Well, first of all, the extraordinary number of calls between D.S. Thompson and Ellie, Wendy, and Sarah.
Well, if they were members of his group, I'd have expected that to be the case. To be honest, I didn't. The numbers of calls weren't drawn to my attention. There is obviously a 301 versus a 4 or whatever it is, but if they were members of his group, you'd expect constant conversations between them. It didn't, and because nobody had mentioned sexual relationships, I don't think, at that ever. So how would I don't understand why you would ask that question.
Did you give any consideration to trying to identify and contact Kevin Crossland's family?
No,
And why was that?
because we used undercover officers' names and had done forever, and I don't know whether anybody else's family had ever been contacted.
Well, that practice had finished some years before this time. Did
Okay,
you?
I didn't know
Is
that.
this just something that didn't cross your
I
mind?
didn't know that, no.
Because by not investigating this further, a chance was lost, wasn't it, to prevent the further deception, as happened, of Ellie and Wendy.
Oh, yes, it could have been, yeah, absolutely.
Did it cross your mind at the time that D.S. Thompson might remain in contact with women he'd befriended in his undercover identity?
No, he was being withdrawn from his undercover identity.
But it was a risk, wasn't it, that someone who was behaving as badly as him might do that?
It's always a risk.
Why wasn't anything done to stop it eventuating?
I don't see where you. I don't see where you're going. I mean, if I wasn't suspecting that there was anything wrong with the contacts and the relationships, I wouldn't have asked for it to be further investigated.
A little bit further in the chronology, I may revisit
Okay, thanks.
this
Thanks.
topic. Did you report the further investigations up the chain of command?
Yes.
Who to?
Well, I was asked, I think, if I remember correctly, I was asked to do this by the Assistant Commissioner. because I wasn't line command for SDS. And therefore, I had an element of independence in the matter. And so he asked me to do this, and I gave the file to him once I had finished, as I recall.
And what was his view of the matter?
I don't know.
Any approval or disapproval expressed?
I don't know. He took it and said thank you, I think I remember.
If we go to 72289, if we go to page 8, please. This does appear to be clear evidence of you being updated. This is DCI Dell updating you on the 5th of July 2002 with this file note entitled Summary of Inquiries. If we look at the first paragraph, it essentially is communicating to you that after thorough inquiries by HN146, there's a conclusion that Thompson's deployment for the last 2 to 2.5 years has been a sham, and that he's been routinely dishonest. So, what was your reaction when you heard that?
Well, I knew that because he convinced me that operation, whatever it was called, was a bona fide operation. It turned into a load of old nonsense.
Paragraph 2 is precisely that. The conclusion of the SDS was that Operation Lime had been an invention. Can we go to paragraph 3? The conclusion here is about his cover employment, which appears to have been reasonably glamorous in the film industry, with the suggestion that he had, in fact, rather spent his time doing that and producing almost no intelligence. What was your reaction to that?
I couldn't, well, yeah, I mean, it was kind of odd that somebody involved in, what was it, animal rights activity was doing something with the film industry. I didn't understand why. I thought that was part of the extraction plan. You had to go to America or something to finish that, didn't you?
That was part of the extraction plan, but his cover employment for a long time had been in the location side of the film industry.
In the previous papers.
Did that concern you?
Yeah.
And if we go over the page to page 9, paragraph 2, and it concludes, D.S. Thompson should therefore be confronted with the issues summarised by DI 53 at pages 13 and 14, and that's referring back to the report we were looking at.
Yep.
Issues essentially of systematic dishonesty impinging on the validity of his vetting status, which find their most worrying manifestation in Thompson's creation of a third identity, Kevin Crossland. Now, this is July. You do meet Thompson again, but not until the middle of September. And before we go to that meeting, I want to take you to an intervening document. 72282, please. Paragraph, page 3, please. This is a document written by Thompson himself. We think from the metadata it was written towards the end of July of 2002. I'll give you just a moment to orientate yourself in the document, but I don't need you to consider the detail. If we go to the end of that second paragraph on the first page, what's material there is an offer of resignation. Did you know that Thompson had offered his resignation?
I can't remember whether I did or whether I didn't.
Did he make the same offer to you?
I can't remember that. I can't remember.
Can you assist us as to why his offer of resignation wasn't accepted?
Well, I don't know, but had it been me and I had remembered that he'd done that, I wouldn't have let him resign.
Why not?
Because he'd have jumped off the Plymouth Bridge into the River Thames, and I think that's one reason for not offering him, not letting him resign.
And
Be out then of the way in which we might be able to help him or not.
And were there other reasons?
Well, that's the one that would spring to my mind. I can't think of another reason.
Was another reason to keep him in the fold?
No.
In
You seem to have the impression that there's a fold and that everything's a conspiracy and a cover-up. Is that what you're...
Well, what I'm meaning is if you keep him in special branch, you can keep an eye on him.
No, you can't. 600 people, not a chance.
And any temptation for him to go public is less if he's still employed, still receiving a salary, still welcome within special branch.
That's possible, yeah.
When you say possible, can I take it that that might have been another reason why you would not have wanted to accept his resignation?
No.
Purely for his own benefit?
Well, I mean, there might have been other ones had I known about it, but I can't remember why I would have... Sorry, what I'm doing is speculating as to why I might have refused his resignation. I don't remember seeing that he'd resigned.
Right, I'm going to take you now to a record of a meeting on the 18th of September 2002 where you, Superintendent McLaughlin, meet Detective Sergeant Thompson. 72289, please, at page 10. So it's the same document, just page 10, please. If we go to... Thank you. Before we go into the detail of what transpired at this meeting, can you help me as to your state of mind when you went into this meeting? It's mid-September. You've got a lot of evidence that there are all sorts of problems with Thompson's deployment, and he's behaved very badly indeed. You've had a risk assessment about going formal as opposed to going informal. Had you decided that this was going to be dealt with informally before you listened to Thompson?
I think certainly I was on that path.
What would it have taken to move you off that path?
His admission of further malfeasance, if that's the right word.
Well, how serious would it have had to have been?
I'm sorry, you're smiling. I'm not sure. You're not suggesting...
How serious would it have had to have been to change your mind?
Well, I can't answer that question. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that's just one of the things. I mean, if he'd said other things that may have been relevant or not relevant, I may have changed my view.
Could we look at paragraph 2, please? These suspicions fall broadly into 5 categories: intelligence product, operational security, disobedience to orders, finance, and documents. There's no mention there of sexual relationships. Is that because they weren't considered to be particularly important?
No. I don't think I knew about them, did I?
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Right.
With Detective Superintendent McLaughlin, I spoke to DS Thompson on the 18th of September 2002 and put all the suspicions to him. If we could look now under little b, I won't go through every last one, but B is operational security. Again, the officer could not argue with the results of DI 80... 53's research, namely that he had compromised his own security by mixing his telephone and credit card use and had carried on relationships with some of his targets in dangerous proximity to his own family house. And then the conclusion, in your view, the security standards of D.S. Thompson fall far below those expected of an SDS officer. His actions have risked compromise, not only of his own operation, but also those of his colleagues. I made it clear to him that his professional standards were unacceptably poor. Now, that reference to carrying on relationships with some of his targets, was that a reference simply to mixing with activists very close to his family's home?
That's what I take it to mean, yes.
If we could go over the page to subparagraph E, please. Documents. I'll give you a moment to read it, but the bit I'm going to be interested in is the last sentence of the first paragraph, which reads, "This is so particularly because the Crossland identity is known to both L2 or L3 and to an SDS SB officer, further risking compromise."
Right.
Can you help us with the basis, how you knew that?
I don't know, is there a bit of paper that says that? Or?
No, I'm asking you because I'm seeking your assistance. Can you recall?
No, I can't recall as to where that came from.
If we go on page 11 to the penultimate paragraph. There is no doubt that the officer has behaved in an appalling manner, endangering both his own operation and the very existence of the SDS. In addition to the issues raised above, it is clear that he has entered into relationships in the course of his work which are inappropriate.
That's right.
Can you help us with what inappropriate relationships you are referring to there?
The ones that we've covered, aren't we, haven't we?
Well,
Previously?
this does say in addition to the issues raised above. This is something additional, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. Well, I mean, I don't think so, no. Is there any other...
Well,
What? I mean, no, I don't read it like that. I read it, well, I see what you're saying, but...
what did you ask Thompson?
I don't recall what I asked him.
Did you ask him about the very high number of telephone calls?
No, I don't think so.
Because Detective Sergeant Thompson's evidence about this meeting is that he said, as I recall it, he said, "Did you have a sexual relationship with those two?" And I said, yes.
That's not true.
Did
I didn't.
Thompson
No.
confess sexual relationships to you?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, that would have gone bing, and I'd have had to refer it at that moment straight up the chain to the Assistant Commissioner.
Well, what did you mean by inappropriate relationships?
Well,
then?
carrying on, I don't know what it was, drinking in the pub next to his home address. I don't know what that meant.
And would you really have reacted so strongly if he had told you he'd had sexual relationships?
Yes.
May I interrupt? If you look at this document, the passage you've just been shown, quote, "In addition to the issues raised above, it is clear that he has entered into relationships in the course of his work which are inappropriate," close quote. If you look above, under the heading B, operational security, you see that he has carried on relationships with some of his targets in dangerous proximity to his own family house. So the inappropriate relationships referred to in the bottom paragraph can't be a reference to that, can they?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
This is your document, isn't it? You've signed it.
I'm told that.
Well,
I haven't got it in front.
Well, look
What,
over.
what page are we looking
Can we look over the page at page 12?
I see it's up on the screen now, right?
I suspect your signature has been properly redacted.
No, I'm
for
sure,
privacy
yeah.
reasons. But
right.
Clearly this is your document. You signed it.
Yep.
And these are your words in the document.
Yes.
In the bit I referred you to at the bottom of, towards the bottom of the document, you refer to, it is clear that he has entered into relationships in the course of his work which are inappropriate, and that is in addition to the issues raised above. The issues raised above include under B on page 10. He compromised his own security by mixing his telephone and credit card use and had carried on relationships with some of his targets in dangerous proximity to his own family house. So you are referring in the bottom paragraph to something in addition to that.
Yes, I understand. I understand that now.
Yes.
I'm referring to in addition to other issues, not necessarily. The whole thing's not about relationships.
Hold on. In addition to the issues raised above, include relationships with people near to his family house.
Okay, that's badly. I badly structured that. The issues raised above, relationships with people next to his family house, are only one of about 20 or 30, and or not quite. But they're all about his finances, his documents, his behaviour. These are the issues, and then and on top of that, he's been putting his job at risk by carrying on relationships with people next to his house.
That is one of the issues which you identified explicitly in the paragraphs above, under the headings Intelligence Product, Operational Security, Finance and Documents.
Yes.
You are referring here, in the last paragraph, to the fact that he has entered into relationships in the course of his work which are inappropriate, in addition to the issues raised above. So you're referring to relationships other than those that you've expressly referred to.
No, I'm referring.
B.
I don't think so. I'm referring to the other issues which are raised above: the finance, the documents. I'm not just talking in the document about relationships. In addition to all these other things that he's done, finance and documents, in addition to that, he's carried on a relationship with some of his targets in dangerous proximity to his own family house, which is not the right thing to do.
Forgive me, your draftsmanship may have been imperfect, and that may be the explanation. But you cannot surely maintain that one of the issues raised above was not relationship.
Yeah, it was, yeah. And therefore, if I have made it unclear, I apologise, but that's not what I was referring to, extra relationships.
Sorry, please continue.
We now know that Thompson, in fact, continued to deceive Ellie and Wendy for many years after this. There is nothing in this document which suggests you took any action to stop him continuing to associate with people he had met undercover. Is it fair to conclude you didn't take any such protective steps?
And it's fair. I'm not sure whether we take any protective steps with any officer when they come off now, do we?
Were you aware what happened with an historic officer, Mike Chitty?
No.
And that he had remained in contact with a woman who he'd formed a relationship with undercover?
No.
And he'd been caught?
No.
None of that had been passed down to you?
No.
Would it have helped you if it had been?
Yes, it would have added to my knowledge of circumstances in the SDS, yeah.
Could we look at the bottom of this page, page 11? I've explained to D.S. Thompson that his operation is to stop forthwith, that his vetting status will be reduced and reviewed, and that for now he will work under close supervision of A Squad. I have told him that he has come very close to central discipline and criminal investigations, and that if it were not for the secret nature of the operation and the need to protect his colleagues, he would be long gone. Now, first of all, can you help us with operation to stop forthwith? Our understanding is that by this time, not only had he stopped in fact operating undercover in March, his deployment had been formally ended in July. Were you under the impression that he was still deployed?
I must have been, yeah. Yes, I must have been.
As for the reduction of vetting, he was reduced from developed vetting down to security cleared. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I don't know. The vetting was a completely different area. If I didn't specify, which I presumably didn't.
Well, we've got documents which show that he was reduced to security cleared.
Yeah.
So, and that is consistent with vetting status reduced. His vetting status wasn't taken away completely, was it?
No.
And why not?
Well, he wouldn't have been of any use to anybody.
That would have stopped him working for you.
Working in special branch, yeah. No, actually, he could have probably got working with confidential vetting rather than secret. I'm not sure. Could have reduced him probably one rank further. That would be a matter for the vetting officer.
But presumably you didn't want to do that much damage to him.
I don't think I was involved in what status he was going to be reduced to.
Well, it's your decision, isn't it, to reduce his vetting status?
It is, but not to what level it's to be reduced to.
And you told him that you left him in no doubt. If we go over if it were not for the secret nature of the operation and the need to protect his colleagues, he would be long gone. Were those the reasons you gave him?
I don't think I said to him that I think you're unstable and, I'm worried about you. I don't think I said anything like that. I definitely said those things that are on there. I'm not sure whether I would have said anything else to him for the reasons.
And were these two reasons true?
Among others, these two reasons are true, yes.
And the other reason being his welfare?
Public harm. The other reasons I gave you earlier. Further criminal activity anticipated.
If we zoom out and look at the endorsement, please. Commander SB, if we have that, thank you. You are writing to Commander SB to get him to note essentially what you're doing, aren't you?
Yes.
What was Mr. Pearce's reaction?
I don't know. I think it was just there for him to note. I don't think I mean, he wasn't asked to do the investigation. He wasn't asked to deal with the matter because he's this SDS officer.
I was just asking if you can recall any reaction from him one way or the other.
No.
And can I take it that he must have assented, either silently or otherwise, to your decision?
Yes.
This was a very concerning case, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Did you consider commissioning any wider review into the SDS as a result of Detective Sergeant Thompson's case?
I think there was a review of policy by the SDS, a very long review of policy produced by the SDS, possibly as a result of this. It's in the document somewhere.
They certainly changed some of their practices about documents, etc.
Right.
Did you consider any wider review about how officers were behaving undercover?
No.
Would you accept that was another lost opportunity?
Yes, it was.
Now, the records we've got show that Thompson's vetting was downgraded to security cleared for 2 years, and then it was restored. That reduced level of vetting still involves placing quite a lot of trust in D.S. Thompson, doesn't it?
Yes.
And yet he had proved himself to be thoroughly untrustworthy.
He was under much closer supervision than he would have been anywhere else.
Can I move now just to ask you some questions on a totally different topic? You've told us in your witness statement, we might as well have it up, it's 749752, page 20, please. Paragraph 42 on page 20. This is about your regular liaison work with the Home Office. Can you give me a yes or no answer? Was there ever any explicit reference to the SDS when you were liaising with the Home Office?
I don't remember.
Might there have been?
There might have been. Yes, I don't know.
Again, yes or no. Was there any explicit reference to special branch long-term undercover operations into activist groups?
I don't remember.
Might there have been?
Well, there might have been and there might not have been.
Did you communicate to the Home Office things that SDS had done without attributing the source?
Yes, the Home Office would have received SDS reporting in a different form from which it had been reported internally, if it were a matter that we knew they were interested in particularly.
And in terms of their interests, how did they communicate them to you?
I think generally through the intelligence services, possibly directly, possibly not actually to the special branch, but to an ACPO rank, possibly AXA coming down. I'm not sure how they. I'm not sure there was a particular route that it came down.
Because you say in your witness statement, I liaised with the Home Office on a regular basis to keep them informed about SB's current work and focus. I would like to know, did they use those meetings as a mechanism for informing you what they would like to know?
I think it was more of us saying, here's the area we're going in, and their job, I think, was to make sure we weren't really crossing the work of the other intelligence agencies.
Deconfliction.
Yeah, thank you.
Did they ever have specific requests other than deconfliction?
I don't remember that.
Well, we've seen a letter from the Permanent Secretary to the Home Secretary back in '99 asking for MPSB to improve their coverage, rather ironically, of RTS.
Yeah.
Did you get that sort of thing from them?
That would be, I mean, I hadn't even remembered that one, so it must, I mean, they're very rare, if any more were done.
Did the Home Office influence strategic priorities?
Yes.
In what way?
They reiterated the pillars of certainly of national security, to which we contributed on two of the pillars, and they asked at these meetings for updates on our work in relation to the particular two pillars of national security that we worked on.
And when you told them what you were doing, and I don't want you to go into any specifics, did they come back and tell you what they would like you to do, whether they wanted more of the same or something different?
No, I don't remember that.
How did it work then?
Well, they would. God, I can't remember. I can remember. I can't remember specific meetings. I would go and tell them roughly what special branch was, what the priorities were. I know that at some point, most of the time, you use the word targeting. I didn't really like that word. I think it's the priorities of special branch, what they were, and I would tell them about the priorities, what we were doing, why we were doing the work that we were doing, who had asked us to do the work, whether it was internally generated or come from outside, so that they could deconflict with any other work that was going on. And I would specifically refer to the bits of, well, I mean, it's not a secret, the types of national security work that we would do. I mean, there are basically three levels of national security. There's going to war, is one of, I mean, they're public knowledge. Going to war is a matter of national security. Stopping terrorist bombs and spies is another one. And the third level is preventative work, which is mainly the one that we were involved in order to prevent matters migrating from one national security to another. And I would give them updates on where we were with that.
Did you discuss public order with them?
Yes, because that was a lot of the work that we were involved in. Well, I'd say a lot of the work. It's what one of the half a dozen squads in Special Branch was working on.
Can we have now M, and then it's 5 zeros, MPS 5039, please. I'm moving now to your interview with Operation Hearn, or discussion with Operation Hearn on the 1st of May 2013. Can't get it.
Underscore, not hyphen. It's an underscore.
It's an underscore, not a hyphen. Page 2, please. This, you'll see, these are the typed notes of a meeting with you Wednesday, the 1st of May 2003 at MPSSB offices.
13, sorry? 2013.
And you will see there, subject to a redaction, who was present. Could we look at page 3, please? In the middle of the page, says, in respect of CR asking about sexual relationships and knowledge around operatives having sexual relationships with subjects within target organisations, CB says, so that wasn't allowed then. Did you say that?
I don't remember using the exact words, but it does sound like the sort of thing I would say, yes.
It does or it doesn't?
It does.
It does. Were you being sarcastic?
Yes.
It's a serious matter, wasn't it?
The matter is serious. I was annoyed with the interviewing team. I shouldn't have said that. If I used those words and anything like them, I shouldn't have said it, and I'm sorry I did. If they were here, I'd apologise to them. They had come from, I don't know, you'll know better than I where they'd come from. I have no idea which force they came from. They came from wherever it was into a force of, as I said, 500, 600 people. They had no idea how Special Branch operated, how London operated. So they asked daft questions from start to finish. They kind of took half notes and not half notes. And I mean, they annoyed me. And I think there's somewhere else in there which I said the same sort of thing to them. And I'm sorry I used those words. It wasn't anything to do with the seriousness of the inquiry. It was just annoyance with the people that were doing this interview.
Well, what's annoying about being asked about the subject of sexual relationships and knowledge around operatives having sexual relationships with subjects within target organisations?
No, we'd had a long preamble about how Special Branch worked and where it had gone and how things happened, and they had no concept of the way in which it, well, I don't even know if they knew anything about undercover work or undercover officers. And they went round and round in houses and down to houses and didn't really make any sense at all. And I was, I can't use that expression, I was getting fed up with...
Was your position that it was allowed?
No.
You've offered an apology to the police officers who were interviewing you. This inquiry is being followed by the women who were deceived by the officers under your command.
I should apologise to them too.
It goes on, if we zoom out a bit, to talk about Thompson's downgrading. And there's a suggestion that his downgrading was quite serious. In comparison to what he had done, downgrading of his vetting was a slap on the wrist, wasn't it?
It wasn't as serious a conclusion as others would have been.
It is far less than he actually deserved, isn't it?
It's not what I thought he was, but there were other actions that were taken around him. But if you compare it with a criminal trial and 10 years in jail or something, yes, it's much less so.
He deserved to be sacked, didn't he?
Well, I decided he didn't.
Can we go to the top of page 4, please? CB states the biggest issue was about being embarrassed. CR mentioned some further names in connection with the SDS. You might want to just see how the previous page ends. It was about Thompson, in the quite serious paragraph that I've just put to you. Is it right then that the biggest issue arising from Thompson's misconduct in your mind was in fact Special Branch being embarrassed?
It was certainly a major consideration, there's no question about that. I mean, how can I put this? There isn't an inquiry, not this inquiry, there isn't an investigation of that sort involving a public or private organisation where the effect upon the organisation is not taken into consideration. It was certainly an important part of the decision-making process, yes. I'm sorry, who is ACC Consolidate? Or is that just them? I don't know, they've maybe got that wrong as well. Okay.
Could we zoom out, please, on page 4? And I'm looking for the section under the heading Op Magma, Operation Magma. Thank you. Here you're being asked about the 2 officers who had brought a civil claim against the Metropolitan Police, aren't you?
I don't know if I knew at that time they'd made a civil claim against the Metropolitan Police, but yes, I think that's what they are. That's who they are, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And it says, CB said the concern was rather if they embarrassed the branch rather than the police. So again, the theme seems to be a concern for the embarrassing the special branch.
There's a theme.
If we go to page 5, and under the heading Sexual Relationships Whilst Deployed.
Oh, yeah, I've said all that.
CR asked the issue about sexual relationships within target organisations and subjects, and CB said, is that bad then?
Is that not the thing you just showed me in the previous paper? Is that not allowed then? Is that, that's a different
is this
iteration of the same
Is this
thing.
a second visit
Yes,
to the topic?
I think it is, isn't it? It's not the one you showed me originally.
Allowing for some intemperance the first time round, why weren't you serious the second time
I'm
round?
still intemperanced. Every time you speak to people who know nothing about your subject, it becomes difficult. It becomes difficult to try to explain how operations work, who targets whom, what the rules of engagement are. And these people had, bless them, had asked so many times and round in circles, how does that squad work and how does that squad work? Tell me again how this squad works. I frankly had completely lost patience with their entire approach. They weren't doing it, what can I say? And in my view, they weren't doing it professionally or efficiently. And that's just my view.
It goes on to say, CB stated, if deemed proportionate and necessary, then he could see it happening. Were you there trying to explain to these officers how it worked?
No.
CB said he did not personally authorise these, but this was never written down. Why was it never written down?
That's not what I meant. It's the same. We're in the same vein here.
What did you mean?
I was being flippant.
Well, the difficulty with that, isn't it, is that officers were having sexual relationships undercover and it wasn't being written down.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't know that at the time, did I?
That's a matter for the chairman to decide. CB said that it could clearly be the best way to get the intelligence. If it meant sleeping with them, then so be it. Was that not, in fact, an accurate reflection of the SDS's position?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Why did you say it then?
Because that's what that's almost what they wanted me to say. So I basically said what they wanted me to say. They were looking at, they had come and their brief was, special branch officers are sleeping with people that they're looking at and go and investigate whether CB, among lots of others, knew anything about it. So, they came with that angle. And so
You knew...
And I don't know whether I said those words or not. A lot of the other stuff that they seem to have reported I didn't say at all.
You knew by 2013 that very serious problems involving the SDS had surfaced into the public domain, didn't you?
I've read it in the papers, yeah.
Yeah, including very serious sexual deceptions of women.
Yes, I think, was that in the, if it was in the papers, then I read it, yes.
And this is an interview with police officers about this very serious matter.
Yes.
You go on. Well, the note goes on. He personally said that he did not know of them, but the subject must have come up. He asked the question, did the handler tell the cover officer? And he answered his own question with, some must have done. And was that based on your knowledge of work within Special Branch and your role as a manager in the chain of command?
By 2013, I couldn't have told you what happened the day before yesterday, never mind what happened 15 years ago. What am I out of hospital here by about 6 months? I couldn't have told you what I had for lunch. This is basically just me being, it's a failed attempt at irony and a failed attempt at flippancy, and I do sincerely regret any of the harm that I have caused, but it's not serious.
What's not serious?
None of that.
CB said he would not have been shocked if informed about such a relationship. So that's a statement that doesn't depend upon any knowledge or memory. It is a statement of your position, isn't it?
No, it's a statement of me just making up something to get them off my back, frankly.
And if he did know about relationship, he would have been unlikely to have stopped it. Does that correctly reflect your position?
No, and you know it doesn't.
Well, isn't the difficulty with that is D.S. Thompson has said that he told you about his relationships and they did not, in fact, stop.
Well, he didn't.
Could we have up 723113, please? This is one of the two manuscript versions of this interview. Could we have page 2 and the top 2 lines? Mention the CPS file Ray Jim Boiling, so that wasn't allowed then, sexual relationships. That note appears to suggest that that first comment we looked at was in connection with Jim Boiling. Is that right? That it was?
I'm sorry, you'll know from your previous experience that, I mean, what is this? No, why would they make a note? Why didn't they just write the statement? This is just what? A scribbled note on the back of a fag packet.
Well, this is a note of what you said.
And that's been converted then into the statement that you're
Can we go to page 4, please?
Was that no or yes?
Can we look at below the redacted block? We see the section from which the typed up section on sexual relationships came.
Oh, I've seen this. This is the bit where it's all been cut and pasted. Right. Sorry, what am I reading?
Yeah. I'm putting this to you with the proposition that this is an accurate record of what you said.
I can't answer that. I don't remember what I said.
Could we have 738086 up, please? page 6, please. This is a second manuscript record of the meeting. And
Second.
the top, we'll see long-term sexual relationships. Is that a bad thing? It is proportionate and necessary, then no problem. Acceptable, might have told handler, report authorised. As a senior manager, would I have known, I would not have told it to stop. Can I take it then that it is right to say that you did say to the officers something to the effect that if you'd known about it, you would not have stopped it?
That's clear. I said something to that effect, yes.
And was that because the culture was that the SDS was so important that the end justified the means?
No, it's because I was taking the mickey out of the people asking me the questions. And you can't read this, surely. I know you've done it line by line, as you would professionally have done. You can't read this document and think it's serious, surely.
Can we go over the page, please? And can we go to the end? Is this the last page? No. Thank you. Now, I have no more questions about that. So, those are my questions subject to the Rule 10 process. I'm told that some have come in that I shall need to look at. May I invite you to adjourn briefly?
Certainly. I don't know whether you understand our process, but when
That's been explained to me, sir.
you've had it explained to you, then I'm
Thank you.
afraid there will be a break, probably of about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
But at the end of that, when the questions have been asked, then your time here should be over.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Barr.
Thank you, sir. I have got one point that I am going to follow up, and I should explain to my learned friends that given the hour I have applied a very high bar when considering further Rule 10 applications. Could we have up, please, 749920? Page 5, please. Minute 12. Could we have that expanded, please? Now, this is in the course of exchanges about national standards in covert policing arising from ACPO's work. I'll let you read it, but what I'm particularly interested in is the last sentence. So we're in August 1998, which is shortly before the Code of Practice I showed you in the course of your evidence on the basis on which you approved unauthorised SDS operations. It's in a period when this has all been negotiated. Can you help us, please, with the understanding from the Commissioner that SDS activity will not fit wholly into these codes? What was the understanding and how did you know about it?
I don't remember at all, I'm afraid.
Can you recall whether there were any discussions with the Commissioner?
Well, from the minute, there must have been. I mean, when I say we, I don't know what that means. It wouldn't have been, I mean, the Commissioner wouldn't have talked to me, or even the Commander, I don't suppose. So I don't know, I'm afraid, what discussions took place with whom. But clearly there were discussions of some sort.
Can you help us any further with what was being fed down then, if people above you were speaking to the Commissioner about this?
No, I'm afraid not. Sorry.
So those are all my questions. Yes.
Thank you. I was notified of a question that you declined to ask. I support your decision. Is there any re-examination? No. Thank you for attending. I'm sorry you've had a long day.
No, thank you, sir.
You're now free to leave, as is everybody else. Tomorrow's proceedings will begin at 9:45 for reasons that will become apparent during the course of the day.